venturing into the Buddhist Centre, extra warm welcome to you. There'll be spaces around the building to break out for quiet space, as well as space to be really social downstairs. So if you're not familiar with the centre, well, ask anyone. But people who, I probably didn't say actually, I'm Sri Prakshini, by the way. I was going to say, anybody who's got a case around the neck is somebody who's ordained into this Buddhist tradition. So definitely somebody who'll know the centre well. But yeah, ask anyone. They'll all guide you on this day. So I am going to hand over to our storytelling troupe. Who's going to pick up? Vajranista? Is that you? Great. You don't need this. Okay. Does anyone need this?
I think I read some of it. So, thank you.
The Buddha looked out over the world, and with his enlightened vision he saw it countless beings as lotuses in a pond. Some remained sunk deep in a sinking mud at the bottom of the pond, ignorant and unheeding, while others were beginning to rise up through the clarifying waters towards the light. Others stood clear of the water, needing just a bit of sunshine to coax them out of their butts. Great compassion, inseparable from the wisdom of the Buddha, blazed in his heart. For the sake of those who could hear and understand, he resolved to find a way to express his experience of enlightenment and to teach others how to attain it. The time had come for Buddha to set out from the peaceful grove where he had finally found the truth he had long sought and begin to share it with others.
Who shall I teach first? Who will be able to understand this great truth, so profound and subtle? Alara Kalama? Udaka Rama? My old teachers were so sincere and gifted. Surely they would understand. Ah, I see they have passed away. The bhikkhus who attended me during my time of great austerities abandoned me when I began to take food again. I wonder where they are now. Ah, I see they are at the Deer Park Titipatana. I will go to them.
It was the season of hot sun and torrential monsoon rains, and the journey from the grove at Navaja to Isipatana took many days by foot. At last, the Buddha reached the Deer Park and saw in the distance the bhikkhus sitting under the tree, and the bhikkhus saw in the distance a man, but weren't sure who he was.
Look, friends, there's a holy man coming our way.
It looks like that Gautama, you know, the one that used to live with us and then he went away and started eating food. Not interested in him. Tell him to go away. Go away. Shoo. Clear up. Go away.
What does he want coming here? I have no respect for him anymore.
As the Buddha came closer, they found themselves unable to ignore him. There was something in his manner that just commanded their respect, and they rose to meet him as an honored guest. However the atmosphere remained awkward, they still felt betrayed by Gautama.
Betrayal. Self-indulgent.
Life of luxury.
Life of luxury.
Betrayal.
Betrayal.
that despite his long and tiring journey, he shone with a particular radiance and beauty. It felt strange and remarkable to be in his presence.
Peaceful,
Beauty,
gentle,
love,
kind, beauty,
stillness,
shining,
shanti.
shanty, peace, quiet.
Let's imagine we are two, sitting right now with the Buddha, in silence waiting, wondering, what will he say?
Listen, bhikkhus, and all of you gathered here today. The deathless has been attained. I shall instruct you. I shall teach you the Dharma.
Gautama, since you are now self-indulgent and have given up the struggle and reverted to lottery, how will you have achieved any such distinction?
I am not self-indulgent. I have not given up the struggle, and I have not reverted to luxury. I am accomplished and fully enlightened. Listen, I shall instruct you. I shall teach you the Dharma. By practicing as you are instructed, you will be realizing it yourself here and now through direct knowledge. You will enter upon and abide in that supreme goal of the holy life, for the sake of which clansmen rightly go forth from the house life into homelessness. Have you ever known me speak like this before?
The bhikkhus and the whole gathering were won over and opened their hearts to the Buddha. A mood of a great excitement and earnestness was born. They all sat together under the tree in the Tia Park, and the Buddha started to teach. Sometimes there were questions asked, sometimes they would all sit in silence, reflect, and meditate together. All the time, the hearts and minds of all gathered became more and more receptive. And when the time was right, the Buddha said, turning the wheel of the Dharma.
Bhikkhus, and all gathered here today, there are these two extremes that ought not to be cultivated by one who has gone forth. What two are these? There is devotion to pursuit of pleasure in sensual desires, which is ignoble and harmful, and there is devotion to self-mortification, which is painful, ignoble and harmful. The middle way avoids both extremes. It gives vision, gives knowledge, and leads to peace, to direct knowledge, to enlightenment. This middle way is a noble eightfold path. And first, there are the four noble truths.
Firstly, the noble truth of suffering. Birth is suffering, death is suffering, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief and despair are suffering. Association with the unwanted is suffering. Being parted from what we love is suffering. Not to get what one wants is suffering. Secondly, the truth of the origin of suffering is craving. Craving produces the renewal of being, relishing this and that. Craving sensual desires, craving for being or for non-being leads to suffering. Thirdly, the truth of the way leading to the cessation of suffering is the giving up, relinquishing, letting go and rejecting of that craving. Fourthly, the noble truth of the way to the cessation of suffering, which is the noble eightfold path.
Right view.
Right intention.
Right speech. Right action. Right livelihood.
Don't forget Mitra!
Sounds Yes.
Right effort.
Right concentration.
This is the middle way, which gives vision and leads to peace, to direct knowledge and to enlightenment. Such was the insight, the knowledge, the understanding, the vision, the light that arose in me of things not heard before. These truths must be penetrated deeply.
Now, while the discourse was being delivered, the spotless, immaculate vision of the Dharma arose in the holy Kondona.
This being that becomes, this being that becomes, this being that becomes, this being that becomes,
Yes.
this being that becomes.
The wheel of the Dharma had been set rolling by Buddha and the earth deities and all other deities, and the gathering of being present responded.
This is Dharma, the wheel of the Dharma cannot be stopped.
At that moment, this traveled right up to the Brahma world, and 10,000 world's elements shook and trembled. A great measure of light surpassing the splendor of gods appeared in the world.
Kondana knows. Kondana knows.
Lord, I wish to go forth under the blessed one.
Please stand. Come, Bhikkhu, the Dharma is well proclaimed. Live the holy life for the complete end of suffering. That was amazing, thank you. Well. I wonder if we might just take a few minutes just to sit and let that settle in. The Dharma wheel will not stop. Let's just take a few minutes.
Okay, so we're going to take, we're just going to move a little, but when we come back, so on the shrine you'll find a bowl with some blue pieces of paper and some pens, and the invitation is, in the ritual that's going to follow, is that we create something, and that might be written words, that might be a picture, but something that communicates that truth of the Dharma to us, or that we want to offer to the shrine. So in the awesome little sketch that we've just had, we were given the Four Noble Truths, the Eightfold Path that leads from suffering. But what's that truth teaching to us that we want to really remember, and that we want to really cherish and offer to the shrine? So yeah, as I say, that can be through words, that could be through picture. But let's just take 5 minutes. Let's just take a break and then come back for, let's come back for 11 o'clock, and then we'll grab our pieces of paper and so on.
It's much better.
Just testing. Testing again.
when I welcomed everyone earlier. Okay, I'm going to say welcome to Zoomies for the third time. Hey everyone, it's so brilliant to have you with us. I welcomed you earlier, but I think I was peaking too soon because I don't think you were with us at that point. So I'm not sure quite how many people we've got out there. I think there was 8 a little while ago, maybe the same-ish number. But yeah, really good to have you here. And you probably can't quite see everyone in the shrine room, but there's a lot of us out here. Maybe I'm rubbish at counting, I don't know. 50, 60, something like that. So, really good to have you joining us. Okay, so we're going to go into a period of ritual. And, so for the invitation was to write a small either or draw an offering will be given to will be offering to the shrine. So either a piece of Dharma that particularly moves us, inspires us, a drawing that evokes that. So when we go into the ritual, if anyone would like to read what they've written, you're really welcome, but please don't feel any pressure at all. If you want to read what you've written as you come to the shrine, then that would be really gorgeous too. So we'll just sit for a moment, and Alicia is going to start a mantra, but maybe we'll offer our teachings to start with. If anyone wants to read aloud, we'll hear those to start with, and then Alicia will start the mantra from there. Okay. So let's just settle ourselves back into our posture. Taking a few deep grounding breaths. And just allowing any excited fizzy energy from the storytelling just to settle and ground through our body. Perhaps just connecting with a sense of gratitude again for this practice of meditation, this practice that we were given by the Buddha's compassionate act to teach the Dharma. Our ability to calm, to settle, to feel, arising from that moment. when you feel moved to do so, and to start and offer your teaching, your image, and make your offering to the shrine.
My moment of perfect vision was to actually be in the deer park at Isapatana in India, where these events took place that we've just had acted out for us. And there is an enormous stupa called the Dhamek Stupa, which marks the place where these events, where this, sometimes called the first sermon of the Buddha, where it was actually given. And when I was actually there and saw the place where it happened, and saw the incredible devotion of the Tibetan Buddhists who were walking around the stupa, and I also looked to one side, and my dear friend Shubhanita was weeping. These supreme moments of faith and devotion really did it for me.
This is from a survey of Buddhism by Sangha Rakshita. Not for one's own sake, nor for the sake of others, should one seek to attain the divine, but simply and solely for its own irresistible sake.
Nirvana alone is peace.
So I put that the Dharma is like a body of water that I live near and that sustains me.
I've just drawn a circle, nowhere to go, no one to be, just be right here, right now.
I read this poem. Buddha, please restore my tree, once charred by flames and grief. Each branch a memory, each leaf a whisper, a laughter now silence, now in smoke. The heart once futile with joy now aches with echoes of loss. The fire consumed is not just wood, but essence of moments that light once danced between us. Let's gather the ashes, mix them with hope, for my dad will want me to wear his pain. He won't want me to be suffering. He'll want me to rise and shine like the phoenix rising I am, and the poet that I am. Like my dad and the Buddha, he always taught us to live a life full of joy and happiness. So please set me free and spread my wings like the butterfly I am.
I just made a crane as a symbol of freedom and flight.
Nice to see you all in blue. All beings are pure and empty by nature. I too am pure and empty by nature. All beings means all of you.
From the Diamond Sutra, as stars, a fault of vision, as a lamp, a mock show, dewdrops or a bubble, a dream, a lightning flash or cloud, so should one view what is conditioned.
Shakyamuni Swaha Om Muni Muni Mahamuni Shakyamuni. Muni Muni Mahamuni Shakyamuni Swaha Om Muni Muni Mahamuni Shakyamuni Swaha Om
Shakyamuni Swaha. Om Muni Muni Mahamuni 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 Shakyamuni Swaha. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, and I'm going to invite us to stay in silence for this break. Some people might want to sit on in the shrine room here, but let's take a 10-minute silent break, and then we'll come back up here for a period of meditation.
Okay, let's make a start. Is that all good? Great. So before we start the meditation itself, just a little announcement about groups. So after Lokeshwara's talk in the afternoon, we're going to be going into groups, and there's one of two options that you can take with the groups. Well, there's more actually. So there's three options really. So one is that you can have a bit of quiet time to reflect. You don't have to go to a group after the talk. You can stay in here and just lie down, meditate, have a rest. If you're in a Dharma study group and your leader's here, then you can sign up on the board downstairs near the tea area to be with your regular Dharma training group. So the thought behind that was that it gives a greater sense of familiarity. You can go deeper with people that you already know. If you're not in a Dharma training group, or you fancy a bit of a change, you want to see some fresh faces, then you could sign up to one of the open groups, which is on the second row. So there's three options there for you. And looking around, it looks like Upeksha Priya's not here, and his name is on the Dharma training group list. So if you're in Upeksha Priya's Dharma group, don't put your name on that list because you will not have a leader. Okay, great. So you can put your name there and Sanghadhara will lead you. Okay, so that's all the announcements. So let's move into this this meditative part of the day. And we're going to do a kind of mini a sesshin, which is from the Zen tradition, which is a couple of short sits. I think in Zen they normally do quite a lot, but we're going to truncate that and just do a couple of sits, a couple of meditations. And if you're at the back and you can't hear me, then do wave your hand and I'll speak up. Okay, I'll speak up then. Yeah, it's not ideal. Yeah. And so we're going to do these two meditations, and well, it already feels like we're dwelling with the Buddha in the deer park at Itapatana, and I hope we're going to carry on doing that. Maybe in an inner way, we've been doing that in an outer way. We've had this wonderful, I don't even know what to call it, this wonderful dramatic evocation of the scene. And then we've had us sharing what's moved us in the Dharma. We've had the mantra of the historical Buddha. So in a way it feels like, yeah, that's already there, but we're going to be exploring that in a slightly different way now. And on the note of the noise, actually, and the windows open, I do imagine that ancient India would have been pretty noisy as well. So we could also see that it's just part of creating the atmosphere. There might have been slightly different noises, but I'm pretty sure it would have been noisy nonetheless. And what I'm hoping we'll at least get a glimpse of is what Kondanya experienced. So Kondanya was played very well by that little boy who ran around in circles, which I saw as kind of a rapture of like, I've seen the truth. And he was walking around, wasn't he, saying, this being that becomes, this being that becomes, which Sangharakshita says is, if you boil Buddhism down to one conceptual teaching, it's this being that becomes. Everything else, all of the Dharma, everything on this shrine right now, flows out of those four words. And the Buddha's first teaching, as we heard as well, Oscar read them out, was the Four Noble Truths. So that there is suffering, there is a cause to that suffering, which is craving, there is an end to that suffering, and there is a path that leads to the end of that suffering. And what Sangharakshita said about that is that, well, people often get it wrong. People often think that the Four Noble Truths are like the core truth of life, that life is suffering. And what Sangharakshita says is, no, it's this being that becomes, applied to our experience. And in some ways it could be anything. It could be, I don't know, it could be about joy. There is joy in our experience, there's a cause to joy, and so on. But suffering gets to the heart of our experience. We're motivated to practice because there's a sense of unsatisfactoriness. And through that, through seeing more deeply into that, we see this more universal truth of this being that becomes, that things arise based on certain conditions. When those conditions aren't in place anymore, then that experience stops. And yeah, we're probably most motivated to see that through our suffering because, well, I'll speak for myself, I definitely don't want to suffer. And so I'm definitely more motivated to see into that than to something else. And it's just completely not abstract as well. It's completely experiential. So what we're going to do is, in the first meditation, we're going to settle. We're going to do a settling meditation. And I think that's really important because, well, in the second meditation, it's going to be more reflective. But in order to reflect on the Dharma, we need to have a mind that's ready. There's a word it's a really lovely word. It's called mudu, which means something like a flexible, pliable, soft, malleable mind. And we need that kind of mind if we're to reflect on the Dharma. If our mind feels brittle and hard, we're not going to be able to let it in. It's like we need a sponge-like mind to let the Dharma in. So, yeah, we're going to ground ourselves and we're going to soften and just try to bring more of this mudu quality into our minds and our hearts, really. And then we'll have a very short leg stretch, just 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll sit back down and we'll do this reflective meditation on the Four Noble Truths, which we'll be looking at how we push away our experience again and again and again on coarse and on more subtle levels, and how that's the cause of our suffering. And if we can start to let go of that, if we can start to, like the image of an open hand, if we can, rather than having a kind of closed fist at our experience and kind of moving it around and pushing and pulling, if we can open up our hand, our fist, and just let experience come and go through our experience, through our minds, then we'll suffer less. And just to say that you can bring this into your mindfulness of breathing practice as well, so kind of moving out of this day, when you're doing your regular meditation practice, you can bring these aspects of seeing where you're pushing and pulling, softening, having a more pliable mind. You could bring that into your mindfulness of breathing practice. So it might feel like a slightly different practice, but in a way it all just links in with everything else that we do meditation-wise. So yeah, that's all I've got to say. So if you want to get into your posture, if you're not already, and we'll do 2 20-minute meditations. And after the second meditation, we'll go straight into lunch. And if you could be silent until we get downstairs to the tea area, that would be great, just to kind of support each other in the meditative atmosphere. So to start off with, we'll bring our awareness to our contact with the earth, and through our feet or our legs. Just really noticing the sensations of contact. And the same with our bum on the seat or cushion. Just letting our weight drop down, allowing ourselves to be held by the earth. And aware that we're here with many others celebrating this Dharma Day Festival. And we can be held by that as well. The friends around us, and the atmosphere that we've already created together. And we can just rest back into that. And then we'll briefly move our awareness through our bodies. So from our feet up into our legs, lower legs. Any sensations there? Knees, thighs, up through our pelvic area. And tracing our spine up from our tailbone as it curves upwards with muscles either side. Reaching skyward. Our shoulders branching off with our arms and our hands. Then back up through our throat and neck. Into our face and our head. And then from here back down to the front of our torso, our chest and our belly. Noticing them move with the breath. And the breath can be our anchor throughout this whole practice. If we get lost, we can just come back to the breath. And expanding the awareness out now to be aware of the whole breathing body. And the whole shape of the body in this space. And from this point of whole body awareness, anchored by the breath, we can start to turn our awareness to any areas of tension in the body. Anywhere that you feel a sense of holding on, of tightness. It could be anywhere. So right now I feel it in my head and in my forehead. And we're not necessarily trying to change that. We're just bringing a gentle, soft awareness to the area and then seeing what happens when we do that. And then if a new tension is noticed, we can just bring our attention to that in just the same way. And after a while it might feel like a lot of the stronger sensations of holding have changed. But I invite you to be curious and notice if there's any other areas that might feel quite relaxed, but actually there's still a little bit of holding going on. And that's okay. But then what's it like when we bring our awareness to that holding? And now, if you want to, you can continue doing that. But I'll invite you to expand your awareness to include all of the senses. So noticing whatever arises in your sense experience. That might be noise, smells, a taste in your mouth, a sense of light behind the eyelids, physical sensation like we've been exploring already. And also thoughts arising. Can we just notice them arise and then pass away in our experience? So in a second I'm going to ring the bell. We'll have a 1 minute leg stretch before we start the second meditation. Okay, sitting back down when you're ready. So coming back to noticing experience arising and passing through the six senses. And can we start to notice where we push and pull at this experience. It might be that a thought or a noise arises and we push it away, we think it shouldn't be happening. Or it might be that there's a sensation, a thought or something else that we want, that we pull towards us and try to hold on to. Can we notice that going on at all in our experience? Being dissatisfied with our experience in this way is suffering. And the pushing and pulling is the cause of that suffering. And being aware of that tendency to push and pull, the way that we do that, might be enough to loosen it. But we can also set an intention. Set an intention to just let the experience come and go, pass through us. And notice the freedom when we do that. Notice how in this little way we can bring an end to our suffering. Noticing that when we feel, or when we push and pull at our experience, we'll feel more tight and constricted. We suffer. But when, even if in a small way we just allow our experience, it's more expansive, it's more pleasurable, it's more free. And for the last minute, just dropping any effort we've been making. And when I ring the bell, feel free to stay in here if you want over the lunch break, or if you're going downstairs, remembering to stay in silence until you reach the tea area.
Do you reckon? Oh, no. Yeah, it's true, actually. Oh, it's a shame to bring quiet when there's so much energy and joy in the room. But welcome back. I hope you had a really great lunch. And yeah, it feels like the room's filling up or changing, perhaps. Actually, is the audio okay? Thank you. Yeah, welcome back on Zoom. Well, it feels like we're coming up to a bit of a crescendo moment. We've been building all morning with, it's hard to describe how to say, I keep saying to the storytelling, it sort of feels like a play, but it was an enactment of the moment the Buddha first taught. And Shakijata offered something at the start of the ritual where she was just sharing, so we did if you were not here this morning, we did a ritual of offering up pieces of Dharma teaching, of words of inspiration. And Shakijata was recalling a moment when she was at the deer park with a good friend, so sharing being in the place where the Buddha first taught with friends in the Dharma, Sangha friends. And I just had this huge sense of like, oh God, imagine what it would have felt like to have been there at that moment. And I really had that sort of building in the meditation that Chandradeepa was leading as well. And it's almost like, well, we are, aren't we? We are at that moment. We are in this moment when we're building up to hearing the words of the Buddha. So it gives me great delight to introduce Lokeshwara, who is going to be giving us, who's going to be sharing the words of the Buddha, going to be sharing a Dharma talk. And I think this might be your debut moment in Manchester as well, I just overheard somebody saying. So if you don't know Lokeshwara, he's our new chair. And we've been talking a lot about gratitude this morning. So the reason we have festival days is to connect. We'll connect with something of a gratitude for what we've been given. And when I was thinking about Lokeshwara, I've just got a lot of gratitude actually that he's moved to Manchester. He's moved to Manchester to take this role, to come and be of service, really. It is a real role of service. And yeah, I'm really, really delighting in the energy you've already brought. And I think Lokeshwara just has a real sort of sense of clarity. And you may experience doubt, but I get a sense there's not much doubt in there. So I think we're in for a real treat this afternoon. Maybe that's enough. I'll hand over to you from here. So let's give Lokeshwara a little.
Good, thank you, Sri Prakshini, and very nice to be here. Welcome to those of you who arrived at lunchtime. So I'm not going to so much today talk about like the Buddha's actual words. It's more like an approach to how we live and practice the teachings of the Buddha. But first of all, just as you were talking and here we are on a festival day, my mind went back to being in Ladakh in maybe 10 years ago. Some of you, has anyone been to Ladakh here? Karen, it's one or two of you. So it's a Buddhist. I don't know what it's called, like a state. It's actually part of India, but it borders Tibet. Yeah, and it still has an extant Buddhist culture. My impression was it's probably in sort of gentle, benign decline and has been for several hundred years, but nevertheless, it's still a really beautiful culture where you get these long walls made of mani stones, where they paint this Om Mani Padme Hum mantra on, and just thousands and thousands of them. And sometimes you come across them just like in the middle of the countryside, I mean, with no obvious purpose. And you come across small monasteries and And when I was there, slightly randomly and coincidentally, I ended up in a small village called Timusgang on a Buddhist festival day. And I happened to, well, my friend and I happened to be staying with in the capital Leh. We'd been staying with the person who was giving like the main talk on that day. So we went along to it. And it was just wonderful, right, to see just like a Buddhist festival, just like a traditional Buddhist festival. So like these prayer flags that we have, so there's prayer flags everywhere. And a bit like some of you coming from the kind of hinterland of Manchester, people would come in down off the hills and the mountains to this village, that was kind of in a valley. And I later found out that although it was a small village, it was called the ancient seat of kings. Like that's I don't know if that's what the name means or that's just how it was known. But what it was, there was a village, right, and then a spur of rock and a monastery, and then at the end of that, there was like a festival ground on a spur that went out into the valley. So, we're 3,500 meters up here, so we're very high. So we were in this festival ground, hearing this talk, and I sat there just going, oh, this is amazing to be part of a Buddhist culture like that. Just looking at the people, these very nicely dressed people had come down from the villages in the mountains. And we're in this place, this dramatic setting. So the spur of rock where it's like cliffs, sheer drops down into the valley below, but then rising up almost like a ring of sentinels with these 6,000 meter high mountains, like surrounding the place where we were. So, well, here we are in the centre of Manchester, and it's like we're trying to translate Buddhism into contemporary societies. That's what we're trying to do. Yes, so there it was in a traditional society. It'd been there 1,000 years, I think, in this dramatic location. And here are we in the heart of a vibrant city in the north of England, just like celebrating the Buddha and celebrating the fact that he decided to try and communicate, what he had uncovered. So it's quite a simple talk that I want to give today. One of the things that moved me about just this often the story that we tell on this day, which was enacted for us earlier this morning, is the Buddha going to thinking who could he communicate what he had discovered, who could he communicate it to, knowing that it was subtle and profound. And so he chose to go and talk to these 5 ascetics who, although they had sort of abandoned him at one point, he said, well, they were kind to me before then. So, he chose them. And there's a moment where there's a whole drama, as we found out this morning, those of us that were here, about what happens when he gets there and da-da-da-da. But eventually they start some conversation and they're not really listening. And after he says something 3 times, he says, have I ever spoken like this before? Have I ever spoken like this before? And it's like those words, they're so resonant with meaning, because that is the Buddha. He's discovered something that in this age had not been discovered before. In this age, a way of being free, a way of acting with real deep compassion, a way of experiencing freedom and peace. So, he said, have I spoken like this before? And then proceeded to, they were a bit more receptive then. And what's always struck me about the way that the Buddha taught is that he often used the language of that we as of people seek out safety and security and refuge. And therefore, when he discovered the Dharma and discovered what it could do for us, he used the same language. He just said, I've uncovered or rediscovered what gives us true safety or true security or true refuge. So that's the language that he used. And I thought it was always very telling for me that, because what that shows me is just how deep it is in us, that search for safety and security and refuge, how deep that goes. It goes so deep that the Buddha chose to use that language in order to say, this is true safety, this is true refuge. So what did he actually see? And I've always liked one of the ways that Sangharakshita describes this, that we have a reactive mind and we have a creative mind. And if you like, our reactive mind is that mind that really is interested in keeping us safe and secure. And it's, if you like, I like to think of it as a defensive system, like I've got a defensive system. That's my reactive mind, if you like. And my defensive system is to keep me safe. And that's my physical body. Perhaps it's, my family or people are close to me. But it also is my reputation and my status. It's all of those things as well. And it's very deep. I know how deep it is. In fact, my measure of whether I make progress on the Buddhist path is how defensive am I? How defensive am I? And I am still a bit defensive. It's like it depends on who I'm with and the conditions and all the rest of it. But I still can feel that despite having made some progress and so on, there's still a kind of defensiveness that runs very deep in me. And then the creative mind, which is we all have an innate capacity that we can develop to, it's very connected to our imagination. So we can imagine and we can create for ourselves a sense of freedom, a sense of compassion for others. And we have the capacity to be free, actually, from all of our limitations. So we have this, if you like, in our mind or our system or our consciousness, we have, if you like, these two processes. I mean, it's a bit, it's a slight oversimplification to describe the mind like that, perhaps, but I find it quite helpful. And following Sangharakshita, we have a kind of reactive system, which is based on a way of seeing the world where we separate ourselves from the rest of the world and then define our strategies for our survival in relation to what we see around us. And then we also have this capacity to imagine a new, well, just like new things. Even that possibility of imagining a new life, a new way of being is quite extraordinary and probably unique to humans in a way. So we have this ability for awareness and for freedom that there it is, it's part of being human. But, I don't underestimate, and I just know this from my own attempts to practice the Buddhist path, how strong that kind of defensive system is in me, how strong it is and where it shows up and where I can actually try and ameliorate it and actually kind of stay in this more open, aware and compassionate kind of consciousness. So, one of the reasons why Buddhism, why the Buddha, called it a hard and subtle and a profound teaching is because it's almost like in setting out on the Buddhist path, we have to work with these defensive mechanisms that we have. And we mustn't underestimate how deep they go because they have a very clear but limited idea of what we think keeps us safe. And so we have to continuously sort of imagine the new us, the new life, the new world in which the way that we conceive of freedom is different. It's open. It's the open dimension of being. And the defensive system is more about it's me and other. And what can happen, and one of the things that we have to sort of be alert to or be alive to in following a Buddhist path is that the practices that we try and take up to help us become free, they, if we're not careful, our more limited defensive mind kind of co-opts them for its own narrow version of freedom, its own limited version of freedom, which actually keeps us in the grip of suffering. So when, by defining ourselves here, I must look after myself and protect myself, and because we all know that to a certain extent we do have to do that. It's a very compelling argument that is hard to undermine. But actually, the Buddha says, you reach a place and an understanding where you realize there's no fixed self here or out there, and therefore we can even experience, he called it the deathless. I mean, what an incredibly mysterious phrase to use, because the Buddha himself kind of died. All humans do die, but he said there is a state of being, a state of mind, where you actually, the degree of freedom equates to what we could call the deathless. You stop seeing things in a fixed way. So in order to practice the Dharma, I want to suggest there's lots of things that we do and that we recommend in our community, going on retreats and friendship and practicing ethics. But today is Dharma Day, so we're talking in particular about studying the Dharma, learning the Dharma, listening to the Dharma, listening to the teachings of the Buddha, listening to the great teachers of the past. So I want to suggest that project, we really help that project when we do two things well. Yeah, when we do two things well. And those two things you could sum up as going broad and going deep. Yeah? In meditation, we quite often call them breadth and focus. So I want to suggest a way of approaching the Dharma and approaching the teachings of the Dharma, the word of the Buddha, in these two ways. So the going broad, and we are quite good at that in our community. I mean, sometimes I think those of us who have done some study in our community, we're actually incredibly knowledgeable of the Buddhist tradition in general. I remember going to some kind of gathering of different Buddhist traditions years ago, for Buddha Day. And, there was someone there from Japanese community, several people from different Buddhist, Tibetan Buddhist traditions. There was someone from Theravada. And, I mean, I'm no great student, but I found, much to my surprise, that I knew pretty much something about all of their different traditions. I just knew something about, the key way that they thought about the Dharma life. So, we offer that in our community. It's quite an extraordinary thing. We're like little mini Buddhist universities, each of us, I think, when you do study. So that can have its limitations, right? Because you can get a bit like, well, how do they fit together? And it's like study's not really my thing anyway, and so on. But I wanted just to make the case for why it's good to have a sense of a broad sense of the Buddhist tradition. And it goes like this. It helps to create in our minds, in our consciousness, a really good interpretive framework, so that when we have meditative experiences, we have insights, we have moments of vision, we have moments of clarity in our life, moments of grief perhaps, moments of just like where we see things as flow or something. When we have those moments, if you've got this broad interpretive framework in place, then you are very likely to interpret those experiences according to the Dharma. Yeah, so you'll interpret them in the right way. And this is really important because the Buddhist tradition is really good on this. It says that often one of the biggest mistakes that's made in Buddhist practice is misinterpreting our kind of deepest moments of clarity or vision or insight or meditative experience. So it's really good to create this kind of, it's almost like you're creating a type of consciousness that aligns with the way things actually are, the way that the Buddha described them. And that when we will have them, and you've already had them, you'll have these moments of clarity, moments of flow, moments of vision, moments of insight. You just interpret them correctly. And don't underestimate the power of that. And why this is emphasized is because if you don't have that that broad interpretive framework, or you only partially have it, what happens is that moments we have, dreams, visions, insights, our mind will interpret it according to all of the other things that exist in our minds, which is the conditioning we've had. For some of us, that might be a kind of Christian background or another theistic religion. It might be influenced by political views. It will just be influenced by your own conditioning and your own kind of defensive strategies, whatever they are. In other words, we already have a host of an interpretive apparatus. We already have it, as it were. And the danger is that you use that to interpret something, which, to really honour it, you would do well to align it as closely as possible with what the Buddha actually taught. I mean, just a very simple example, and there may be no harm in this, but you might have a vision of some kind of diaphanous, luminous beings, right? So in the Buddhist tradition, there's several ways of talking about that and fitting that in incredibly clearly into the Buddhist teaching. But you might just think, oh, they must be angels. And in a way, there's nothing wrong than that. But there is a particular kind of angel lineage that goes through Christian tradition and has its own discourse. And, at some point, you might bump into something that doesn't quite concord. So, although on the face of it, there's nothing wrong with calling something an angel if you have a vision of some kind of luminous being, trying to create the framework that allows you to interpret things according to the Dharma is a very, very powerful thing to do. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is go deep. And in a way, this ideally one would never choose between the two, right? You go broad and get a sense of the tradition in which you want to practice. But in a sense, going deep could be perhaps even more important. What do I mean by go deep? What I mean is take a piece of the Dharma and really get to know it well. Just take one piece of the Dharma. And what do I mean by a piece? Well, that's a bit harder to define, but one teaching, and get to know it really well. Get to know it so well that you can feel like it's your bit of Dharma. So I'll say a little bit about what bits of Dharma might work, but just to make the case, as it were, I think that it will do several things, but one of the things that it will do is help you when you come across any Dharma teaching. Sometimes you can think, I've got enough Dharma, or I feel a bit full up. I've had this experience sometimes. I just feel a bit full. I've taken so many things, and isn't the Buddhism supposed to be non-conceptual anyway? So why am I learning all this stuff? But if you've gone deep in like one particular teaching, actually you can just take that and you can enjoy aligning it to whatever bit of Dharma that you're looking at that day, that week, that retreat, that conversation or whatever. You'll be able to align it with it. You'll be able to make sense of that other piece of Dharma, so you won't feel overwhelmed by just learning something new or something different from a slightly different tradition or something like that. So that's one benefit of going deep. But there's also, when I say a piece of Dharma, I've got some examples actually, just so that you can get a sense of what I mean. They're purely illustrative. But what I mean is that it has to be a piece of Dharma that is sort of complete in and of itself. So this is my language, but I feel that a piece of Dharma needs to bear the entire archetypal weight of the Dharma, right? So not every piece of Dharma can do that. So it needs to be something that can explain the whole of the Dharma to you. And then what you can do some really interesting things with it, right? You could have a piece of Dharma, say it's a few paragraphs or pages, and then you can essentialize it down to one core teaching, like a bit like we did this morning with these bits of blue paper, one pithy teaching, and that can really help you in moments of pain, adversity, challenge, reactivity, defensiveness, when it's hard to recall the Buddhist teachings that you want to, call on in those moments. So if you've got something like a really pith teaching that you can bring to mind, that's so short that you can bring to mind at any moment, that is a really helpful thing. That is a really helpful thing. And then also you can go up, so that particular teaching can go upwards into the tradition, and so it gives you a way of scaling up into the kind of whole majesty of the Dharma, of the Buddhist teachings. So I'll give some examples, right? But just because it might be a new-ish idea to some of you. So one of the things we do in our community is when we do a sevenfold puja, a ritual, we recite the Heart Sutra. So the Heart Sutra is, it's like probably amounts to no more than 1 or 2 pages of text. It's a beautiful thing. We learn to recite it off by heart, and that is a great piece of Dharma. Like, you could make that piece of Dharma your whole life. You could make it around the Heart Sutra. And the Heart Sutra is great because you can essentialize it down. You could take almost any line from it, but one of the classic lines, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Yeah, so you could take that and you could just get that, almost like embed it in your psyche so deeply that even in your most challenging moments, you would be able to recall that. But also the Heart Sutra if you go upwards, it takes you into this extraordinary body of literature, the Perfection of Wisdom sutras. So you've got an entry into that wonderful world if you wanted to explore that. So some others, maybe from the early tradition, there's a beautiful one that we sometimes read or study in our community, the Karaniya Metta Sutta. Right, it's one of my favourite texts, one of the earliest ones I came across, and it just describes a good life in terms of developing metta for all beings, whatever shape, size, So it's a beautiful one. I mean, I've even got a slight hesitation with this one, with my own criteria of can it bear the entire archetypal weight of the Dharma, because sometimes with metta you need to bring alongside it a reminder of the Buddhist teaching of no fixed self, Enlightenment, so that you remember that when you're developing metta for beings, all beings have no fixed self, like you have no fixed self. So in a way, it needs that teaching alongside it. But anyway, the Karaniya Metta Sutta, you can take it down. There's a lovely line that just says, cultivate a boundless heart towards all beings. So you could just take that line and really take it in so deep that you could remember it at any single moment in your life, or when you're asleep even. You can take it up as well into the whole world of the Brahma Viharas, the sublime abodes, which is just a beautiful set of Buddhist teachings of developing a kind of compassionate, a positive, compassionate response and gratitude response and equanimity to all beings. Another one could be the Satipatthana, which is the Buddha's classic discourse on meditation. You could take that sutta and really study it, just really get to know it really well, read some commentaries on it, and then you could take a line from that. I just picked one because I'm working on this at the moment, contemplating feelings in feelings, ardent, clearly comprehending and mindful, having overcome in this world covetousness and grief. So I thought, I could just take that line and just repeat it over and over. I've got a few more down here. I'll just give you one more from the slightly later tradition, in the early Tibetan tradition, 8 verses for training the mind, from the mind training school. So there are eight verses. They're quite short. You can get to know them quite easily. You can really take them to heart. You can just pick one of those verses and really focus on it as well. For example, when someone out of envy does me wrong by insulting me and the like, may I accept defeat and offer victory to them. So that's one that I have used quite regularly in my life. Just try to remember that. Yeah, take it in, take it in. It's an aspirational verse. I mean, it's it's a liberative verse when you actually manage it, but that's really, it takes, I tell you what I can't do, is do it in the moment. Yeah. It needs a little bit of time, and I need a few minutes really, just to kind of like, okay, I've just been insulted. I want to hit this person now. That's especially I've just become the chair of Buddhist Centre. That's probably not a good thought to have. So, okay, remember this line. Yeah, give victory away. Anyway, I think you get the point, yeah? So you can go deep in the Dharma, take one thing. The Dharma is full of riches, so going broad is fantastic. It will help give you this interpretive framework that will really help whenever you have those moments in your life, moments of clarity and vision. But go deep and mind the Dharma, and just pick one teaching that will, you may have already done this, but if you haven't, I really invite you to do it. One teaching that you can really go deeply in, that you can essentialize it to something that you will be able to recall at almost any moment of your life, and it can give you a pathway up to the richness of the whole tradition. So this, what I'm talking about really is just like an approach to how we study the Dharma. On Dharma Day, like we have all these texts on here, and sometimes it can be a bit confusing, like what to know. There's so many books to read and so many approaches and so many commentaries and so on. So what I'm hoping I'm getting across is that if you go deep in the Dharma and have a teaching, actually you never again need to be confused or overwhelmed by choosing any other bit of Dharma to study, because you'll have like a keystone. You'll have like a Dharma keystone that you can make your own. And the wonderful thing about our tradition is that as long as it meets some particular criteria, I'm afraid I can't tell you what they are. Like if you gave me a piece of Dharma, I think I'd be able to know intuitively if it could carry the archetypal weight of the whole Dharma, but I can't tell you exactly what the criteria are. I'm not, maybe if I thought about it a bit more, I might be able to. But we do have access, in our community. We are sort of an ecumenical tradition. I think it's worth, my go-to place is like, has my teacher Sangharakshita done a commentary on this? Because I'm a disciple of his, right? So if he's done a commentary on it, that's worth going into, in my view. Yeah, it's worth going into. But nevertheless, we have got access to the entire Buddhist tradition, and even the process of figuring out, I would say, do that with other people. Don't just choose your one little bit of Dharma yourself. Do it in conversation or dialogue. Have a piece of Dharma that you really make your own. Go deep with it, and then you'll be able to go broad in the Dharma life. So I think that's all I want to say. I've got for those of you, if you want to be in some discussion groups now, and as Chandradeepa said earlier, for those of you that were there, you can just have some free time now if you'd like, or you can join a discussion group, and I think that means signing up. Is that downstairs on the? Yes, it's downstairs. So. Fantastic. Why don't you read out the rooms in just a second? And if you want a question for the discussion group, I've got a question for you. It's simply to, what's your favourite bit of Dharma? Yeah, what's your favourite bit of Dharma? And then, have you got a way of essentialising it down so that you can recall it in any moment of your life? And have you got a way of connecting it into that whole body of Dharma? Yeah, so what's your favourite bit of Dharma? And then have you got a way of essentialising it down and a way of, helping you go up into the whole body of Dharma? Yeah? So, Chandradeepa, do you want to just tell us the locations? And
So, 'cause, 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 '
So my group will go into the lounge downstairs. Shankers will go into the office. Sila Devi, is Sila Devi here? Brilliant. Go into the mezzanine. Leela Shu, well, Sila Bodhi's group actually now, will go into the Vajra hall. Surya's group will go into the library. Sachin Muni's group will go into the meeting room.
I've got a group, I just put my name down for a discussion group.
Okay, great, well that's your group now. Got a lot of names, another meeting group possible. And if any of the board member wants to lead an open group, great, thanks for Peter.
No, I've got a group, but I haven't got a room.
Okay,
so
so
I'll go somewhere.
we'll go to the tower room. That's right.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
it's open.
Sankadara is leading the group.
Oh yes, Sankadara. Do you want to go to the Singer Shrine? Take people up there.
No, I'm leading the group as well.
Pardon?
I'm leading the group as well.
You're the same group, I think, so you can just go together.
Chandra's the one for me as well.
Any ideas of more rooms?
I'm quite happy. I can use one on the arsenal. Oh.
Okay, so you go to, so True Action people go to Breathworks.
Which is on third floor.
On the third floor, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So, and then you're all invited to come back at 3:45, and we're going to have a final ritual, which includes Mitra ceremonies. So it's at 4 o'clock, is it? Sorry, it's 3:45 on here. 4 o'clock back in here. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
like you're on the hunt for some friends.
Yeah.
Project, which has got its own challenges, particularly challenging issues. Either you're going to need your pals around you to support you. To hang out, especially areas having like, fresh room, take it easy, watch the sunshine, walk, it's all the time. Why not just send word through the leadership.
Yes, okay.
Carry the pigeon and she'll get it to me.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I'll catch you soon. It's really nice to see you. Sorry I can't stay long.
Yeah, that's all right.
I need to really honour what's going on in Georgia, basically. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Great talk.
Yeah, good.
Very good.
Yeah.
Really, really grateful today. Yeah, lovely.
Mm.
Very good. Great to see so many people here.
It is, isn't it? I know. There's a lot of people. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, you actually came.
Yeah, you see.
you said,
Yeah, see?
because I did. You said I didn't exactly sell it to you.
No, but you were teasing me with that. You were deliberately being positive with that. So no, we thought we'd come. Yeah, yeah. I wanted to come here to support.
Are you going to stay in here?
Yeah, I was just kind of,
Yeah.
just kind of
Unless there's a group in here, I think maybe there isn't. Doesn't look like there is, does it? So if you leave, would you just blow the candles out?
Yeah.
I mean, it's usually because there's more than two, usually give us the row at the front. So, I think it's better they face the Buddha. Or maybe they should be more central or something.
Yeah.
Because there's the camera as well, isn't there? So the camera, I don't know.
I just don't. I mean, it's just like a bit odd that they're there and there's just people sitting behind them. They're just, you know, I don't think I'd want to be sitting there.
So if those two chairs were central, would that still feel odd?
Yeah. I think just having chairs, you know, with people sitting behind it.
It's just how it looks to me.
However you like it, really, I don't mind.
I'll have a confab with Sarika.
Hello. Yeah, good.
Some good discussions going.
Oh, good.
So yeah, thanks.
Phil was here from our course. He was sitting in front of you, actually. Yeah.
Sorry, Corey.
For 4 o'clock. Yeah. Just do some meditation. See the time. Well, I mean, just speaking of glasses, this is. I need 2 different types of glasses, right? Twos for seeing distance and 3s for reading. But if I need to read notes with 3s on, then I can't see who I'm talking to. So I've just bought some 2.5s, and they work like a treat. So I could see everyone and read my notes at the same time. So it's like, hey.
I've got these are reading glasses 2.5 as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Before it was beauty.
No, but what a difference, eh? I mean, I imagine our eyes are worse because we read a lot more, but, you know, I just imagine what it was like for people before glasses. You know, you just like, you know, you get to 40 or whatever and you can't see much. You would, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Just had to navigate less complicated worlds, you know,
Yeah.
now navigate quite tiny things.
A lot of detail. There's a lot more detail in our lives. Probably that's true, yeah. Yeah. Mind you, when the print of some of those very early books was tiny, it's like 6-point type, you know. Hello.
Very successful. People loved it.
Oh, good.
Really.
Oh, good.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Oh, that's so good. That is so good to hear. Oh, great. That is really good. Mm.
That was the best discussion I've ever had.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, okay. Well, that's good as well. I'm pleased. Thanks. Mm. Those candles, I just had to go, they actually do kind of into the rice profiles there, so you can either offer the flower to the Buddha. Thank you.
This is just for online, just to check in. So we'll be coming back in the next couple of minutes.
Do you think I should begin by saluting the shrine? Yeah.
It's quite flat.
They could be encouraged to come down and give me a number, you know, and say I want to donate £5 or something. That would really, really, really help.
Okay.
What's left on it, so I didn't mention it. So I don't know whether it's there.
Oh, okay.
Waiting for about a foot. I don't know how far that measurement is, but if you know what a foot looks like,
Yeah.
you'll be able to.
Yeah,
You're probably familiar with this, and don't need that.
That's great. Okay, I suggest we make a start. I think we'll begin by saluting the shrine together. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Buddhaya. Namo Dhammaya. Namo Dhammaya. Namo Sanghaya. Namo Sanghaya. Namo Namah. Namo Namah. Om. Om. So welcome back, everyone, and so our final ritual for the day. So it's a special ritual. It's a threefold puja, in the context of which we'll have two Mitra ceremonies with Eleanor and Rich over here, and we'll say a little bit about that in a moment. A couple of things. So the puja, this is a collective practice, and I just wanted to say something about that first, which is that I feel we often underestimate the potency of collective ritual. And on the one hand, it can very simply be an expression of gratitude in the context of today for the Dharma teachings that we have. But also ritual and puja, they are just potent means of transformation, self-transformation and collective transformation. So I just wanted to invite us all to consider that as we do ritual. In a way, like and dislike are not that relevant in terms of its potency. I mean, we all like to like things, so I hope we do like it. But the power of it is actually created by us simply engaging with it and doing it collectively. So there can be a power of blessing. We're evoking the blessings of the transcendental, if you like, the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas. It's an offering from us to the world. Just imagine that, the atmosphere of the puja going out into the world. Also, pujas can be a form of protection. One of the traditional understandings is that the regular practice of worship and puja and collective ritual can protect you until the time when the momentum of your practice makes you irreversible. Yeah, so it's a good thing to do. What we're going to do, in fact, because we'll go through the puja and we'll finish with the mantra, where you can make offerings if you like, and that will be the last thing. And then, so I just wanted to say a couple of things now, because I won't say anything at the end. So you're welcome to come and join us for a dinner down in Hinterland, as Sri Pakshani said this morning. Also, just thank you all for coming and participating, and especially thank you for all of the many people who were involved in organising, shrine, lunch, getting the room ready, everything. And also in the spirit of abundance, when you leave, and you go past reception this afternoon, I invite you to make a donation for the day. Buddhist Samagama will be down there. I found out two interesting things. One, when I became chair, and Sila Bodhi, one of the initiations was just to see how expensive it is to actually keep the centre running. So that was like looking at the spreadsheets and going, yeah, okay, yeah. Another one was Buddha Samagama told me recently that any donation that we get under £30, whether cash or by card, we can claim the gift aid on. We don't actually need to know your details, or it doesn't matter on your own personal status. It can be anonymous, but any donation, that's for any charity now, under £30, we can claim gift aid on. So if you, in that spirit of abundance, if you'd like to make a donation of £10 or £20 for the day, that would be fantastic. So what we're going to do is have this puja together. And after it's a threefold puja. After the second verse, we're going to have the Mitra ceremony for Eleanor and Rich. So Vishankar is just going to say something about the significance of that. Do you want to sit here? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lakashvara. The first thing I want to say is that there were going to be 3 people becoming Mitras today. So Tom Evans was going to become a Mitra, and unfortunately he's not very well. All being well, he'll become a Mitra on Sangha Day in November. But yeah, let's wish him a speedy recovery. So yeah, I've just been asked to say a few words about what is a Mitra. Hopefully I'll know that as one of the Mitra conveners, but we'll see. So the first thing I want to do is just invite you all to look at the Buddha. So just take the Buddha in a bit more. So this beautiful golden image that we've got on our shrine, which has seen many comings and goings in this room, so many festivals, many classes and courses, study groups, many Mitra ceremonies. The Buddha's just seen these things over many, many years. And the Buddha just sort of sits there and takes it all in and gazes down on us and holds up this flower, this sort of symbol of potential and growth, of fullness. And I've heard many people over the years just say how affected they've been by this figure, this image. And I think that's the first sort of thing about becoming a Mitra, is you're declaring that you've been affected by the Buddha in some way. On some level, the Buddha has really had an impact on your life. So much so that you now want to aspire to be like the Buddha on some level. So you might have seen this image or other images of the Buddha. You might have heard stories of the Buddha's life and how the Buddha responded to the world, to others in the world. There might be particular qualities of the Buddha that have really inspired you, like the Buddha's kindness or compassion, the Buddha's fearlessness, or the Buddha's wisdom, the sort of truth that the Buddha saw. So much so, you've been sort of affected by that so much that you now feel like you are a Buddhist. Whatever that might mean, you are a Buddhist. So that's the first declaration of being a Mitra, becoming a Mitra. And of course, on Dharma Day, what we've heard today is that the Buddha communicated what he'd seen and what he'd experienced. And that communication has had a massive effect on millions of people over the past 2,500 years. And it's been passed down, it's been handed on from generation to generation, lineage to lineage, Buddhist community to Buddhist community. And it's come to us. It's come to us here, sort of in Manchester. It's been handed down, the Dharma has been handed to us by our teacher, Sangharakshita. And one of the ways that what the Buddha saw and experienced has been communicated is through the ethical precepts. So that's one of the ways that the Buddha communicated what he saw. You see, he was sort of saying, if you act, acting in this way is how an enlightened being would act. So the second thing we're saying when we become a Mitra is that we're trying to live our lives as best we can by those ethical precepts. So we're trying to be as kind and as loving as we can. We're trying to be as generous as we can. Trying to live as contented as we can and not harm others through our craving. We're trying to be as truthful and as honest and as transparent as we can. And we're trying to keep as clear a mind as possible and be as mindful as we can and not intoxicate our minds, because when our minds are intoxicated, it's so much easier to act unskillfully. So to try and stay skillful, we don't intoxicate our mind. So when you become a Mitra, that's another thing that you're aspiring to. You're aspiring to try and live your life guided by those precepts, by those principles. Now that doesn't mean that you have to be perfect. I hope you know that. None of us are perfect. We will mess up. I mess up all the time. But it's saying that we're just trying and come back to those guiding precepts, those guiding principles in our lives to try and live as skillfully as we can. And another way that the Buddha communicated what he'd seen and experienced was through communicating various meditation practices. So as a Mitra, we're saying, yes, I can see the importance of meditation. in trying to cultivate love and kindness, and to stay as mindful and as aware as I can to support me ethically. And you're saying I'm trying to establish as regular a meditation practice as possible to support what I'm trying to do in my life. And again, as we've seen today, through communicating those teachers, a community grew around the Buddha. People gathered around the Buddha. We saw that in the storytelling this morning, didn't we? And again, as the Dharma has been passed on to teacher to from teacher to communities, from other teachers to communities, other Buddhist communities have grown around those who have taught the Dharma. And that's happened here, hasn't it? We've got a teacher, Sangharakshita, and a community grew around Sangharakshita, and this is our Buddhist community, our Sangha here. This is some of us in this room. So the third thing that we're saying when we become a Mitra is that we've found the Buddhist community we want to be part of, and that you want to deepen your practice within. So you might have looked around at other Buddhist communities and tried different communities out, but you've now decided that this is the community that feels like home. This is where you want to be. This is, you feel happy with how things are done here. I don't really want to be anywhere else. I want to be here. So as the Buddha's disciples experience, there's a real joy in practicing together. There's a real joy and support in doing this alongside others. Others who are inspired by the Buddha. Others who are trying to live the precepts, who are trying to meditate. So that helps us not to feel alone. We're not going alone with it. And there are stories from the Buddha's life of communities that lived in real harmony, real deep harmony together. But there are also stories from the Buddha's time of communities that quarrelled, that fell out with each other, and the Buddha getting fed up with them and walking away. So I think that's an important aspect to this thing about being part of a community. Communities are made up of people, and we're flawed. I'm flawed, you're flawed. We'll make mistakes, others will make mistakes. So being part of a community is being prepared, I think, to try and understand and to be prepared to apologise and to forgive as best we can. And we have to learn to do that today, now, within the community that we're part of. We also have to try and find ways of forgiving things that might have happened in the past that are difficult. And we'll have to do that in the future too. We won't be immune from making mistakes as a community. We will make mistakes in the future, and we'll have to find ways to understand and forgive and apologise if we've been part of making those mistakes. So that's the third declaration of being a Mitra, is that we want to be part of this community, and we're sort of prepared to experience both the joys and the challenges sometimes of being part of that community. So I'd say essentially that's what becoming a Mitra means, and that's what these two people are doing today. The last thing I'll say is this thing about becoming a Mitra is a ritual, it's a ceremony. And I think rituals are important, as Lakeshwar was saying. And I think it's important that this ritual is in relationship to the Buddha. So if we look again at this Buddha image on the shrine, these two people will make the offerings to the Buddha. And I think it's really important that this ritual is witnessed. It's important that it's witnessed by us as their friends in the Sangha. But it's also important that it's sort of imaginatively witnessed by the Buddha. Symbolically, the Buddha witnesses them taking this step of becoming Mitras. And that can have a really strong effect. I know I was speechless after my Mitra ceremony. I couldn't say a word after it. It had such a strong effect, making those offerings. And that's a wonderful thing. It's a thing to be celebrated. So I'll do to the two of you to taking this step, and really look forward to seeing you perform this ritual in a little while. So thank you.
Good. Thank you, Vishenka. One of the things we like to do in our community as well as having this spirit of allowing for mistakes and forgiveness, we also like to rejoice. So one of the aspects of the Mitra ceremony happens now before the actual ritual, which is a couple of people just do a short rejoicing in each of these two lovely beings here. So that's going to be Lucy and Chandradeepa. And Chandradeepa, I'll invite you to go first. Do you want to come and sit here?
I think I'll stand actually.
Yeah. Do you want to use a mic? Does it? Well, you can just use this one, I think.
Do you know how long I've got?
3 minutes.
3 minutes. Great, thank you. Okay. Hi everyone, and hello, Rich. So I know Rich because I'm one of the order members that leads his Dharma training group, and we've also got to know each other a bit more through Rich volunteering for the Buddhist Centre. So a lot of you will read I hope, the Buddhist Centre's weekly newsletter that goes out via email, and for the past 2 months, maybe longer, 3, yeah. So for a while now, Rich has been putting together that email, and so we've been collaborating on that. And yeah, I think what I wanted to say about Rich is, well, I think it links in with today actually, and the Four Noble Truths. So at the start of our Dharma group, when we were all kind of forming and getting to know each other, we went round and everyone kind of gave their story. So they kind of said what led them to coming to the Buddhist Centre, and then what led them to, yeah, kind of staying around, getting more involved, and what kind of grabbed them about the Dharma. And one thing I really noticed with Rich's story is that he's really been through it. Rich has really been through it and had some really difficult times. And yeah, I remember being really struck by that. Like, yeah, there's been depths of difficulty, and maybe despair isn't even too strong a word to use. And I think for everyone, but I thought it was especially strong for Rich actually. There was this turning point where it was like the depths of difficulty, the darkness, and then coming along to the Buddhist Centre. And I think Rich has been a bit of a searcher all of his life. There's always been something that's been kind of cracking on with and exploring. But it was like he came to the Buddhist Centre, and it was like something clicked, and it was like, yes, this is it. And I think it's really strong in Rich actually, that sense of yes. And he's just throwing himself in really. He's just really kind of giving himself to what he's found. And we were just in the discussion group earlier, and I was really struck by something Rich said. I wrote it down so I could say it now. He said something like, yeah, I spent a few years on form is only emptiness, emptiness is only form. And I just chuck it out casually. So it's pretty impressive. So there is a real I just want to go into this. I really want to get to know the Dharma deeply. I really see that in Rich. But it's not just a kind of individualistic, maybe kind of academic study as well. It's like a really throwing himself into the Sangha. So he's a really regular, committed attendee of our group. I don't know if you've missed any sessions. You've missed one, nearly got the 100%. But he's very kind of regular, very solid. And yeah, I really noticed that. He just brings himself in. Really wrestles with the material. Really kind of gives himself to it. And it's nearly 3 minutes, so I'll finish in a sec. And there was a moment just this week where Rich said, could I ask you for some advice? Sent me a text, was like, can I ask you for some advice? And I said, I noticed that there was something going on in the group, and I I found it quite difficult, and then it threw me off. I didn't quite know how to then respond afterwards. And do you have any advice about what might be helpful there? And I was just really impressed with the fact that there was something there, and he reached out and asked, what might help with this? And I think it just sums up, Rich's approach really to things. It's just a throwing himself in, wholehearted, and I think it's already transforming his life significantly, and have a lot of faith it will continue to do so. So yeah, really, really glad that you're becoming a Mitra today.
Thank you, Chandradeepa. And now Lucy's going to rejoice in Eleanor. Are you happy to use the mic?
Thanks. Hiya. That's better. My mate Eleanor. So I've had the pleasure to get to know Eleanor during our many liaisons at the bike racks. Today I've got the privilege of giving a gift beyond the material, not only to her, but also the gift of Eleanor to you yourselves in the audience. So Eleanor thinks. I've observed her carefully thinking through her decisions so that there can be confidence in her choices. I can see her wanting to take her whole self into any situation. I know this because of the amount of time and conversation she's had when deciding to become a Mitra. Her being here today was no mean feat. Those who know Eleanor know that today has been many days, many conversations in the making, and here she finally is, being welcomed into the family she was already a part of. Eleanor has such a relationship with the outdoors that I think they may be one and the same thing. Many times we've met at the centre, post-drenching, still covered in whatever debris the sky has laden upon us. She's not afraid of a downpour, that's for sure, and is always ready to share her boundless wisdom on waterproofs. Eleanor has a strong and heartfelt sense of ethics, a lived experience in wanting to do the right thing, an informed response. And last but not least, I want to share with you Eleanor's possibly most noticeable quality, her infectious positivity. She has what seems like an emerging wellspring of joy, positivity, friendliness, bubbling always. In many avenues of her life, she's constantly giving to others, so it seems like second nature. And she's in the right place, spending that positive energy by sharing it with others. So sadhu to you, Eleanor.
Good. Thank you very much, Lucy. So we're going to do the puja together. So threefold puja. We'll do the first two verses. Then at the end of the second verse, that will be when the Mitra ceremony takes place. So Rich and Eleanor will come up one at a time, Rich first, and take the three traditional offerings from me, the candle, the incense and the flower, and then make the offering to the shrine. And when they do that, that is then becoming a Mitra in front of the Buddha. So Rich will come up and do that, and then Eleanor, you come up and take them from me and do the same thing. When Eleanor sits down, they're both Mitras, and we give them 3 hearty sadhus, which is the kind of Buddhist equivalent of well done, bravo. So we'll do that, and then we'll carry on with the puja. So we'll do the refuges and 5 precepts together in call and response, and then the final verse of the puja, and then we'll have the Shakyamuni mantra. Vashanka's going to start that at the end, you're welcome to come up and make an offering, and then basically leave then, after that. And we're just going to leave then Rich and Eleanor on their own in the shrine eventually, just to absorb what's happened for a little bit. Yeah? So that's the form. Good. So we'll just sit quietly for 2 minutes and just let all those lovely words about Rich and Eleanor just sort of perfume the atmosphere, and then I'll ring the bell for the puja. Threefold puja. Opening reverence. We reverence the Buddha, the perfectly enlightened one, the shower of the way. We reverence the Dharma, the teaching of the Buddha, which leads from darkness to light. We reverence the Sangha, the fellowship of the Buddha's disciples, that inspires and guides. Reverence to the three jewels. We reverence the Buddha. And aspire to follow him. The Buddha was born as we are born. What the Buddha overcame, we too can overcome. What the Buddha attained, we too can attain. We reverence the Dharma and aspire to follow it. With body, speech and mind. Until the end. The truth in all its aspects. The path in all its stages. We aspire to study. Practice. Realize. We reverence the Sangha. And aspire to follow it. The fellowship of those who tread the way. As one by one, we make our own commitment. An ever-widening circle. The Sangha grows. Good, so I'll invite Rich to come up. Take the three offerings. Yeah. Good, thank you. And now Eleanor. Okay. So just as Eleanor makes those offerings, you carry on, Eleanor. But the flower is to represent beauty and impermanence, and the candle is the light of wisdom, and the incense is the fragrance of the perfect life. Well done. And now, 3 sadhus. Sadhu! 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 Good, and now we'll all do the refuges and precepts together in call and response. Namo tassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa. Namo tassa. Bhagavato arahato. Bhagavato arahato. Samma sambuddhassa. Samma sambuddhassa. Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Sanghāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Sanghāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Sanghāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Dutiyampi Sanghāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Buddhaṃ saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Dhammāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Sanghāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Tatiyampi Sanghāṃ saranang gacchāmi. Panatipata. Panatipata. Verimini Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Samadhiyami. Adinadana. Adinadana. Verimini. Verimini. Sikkhapadang. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Samadhiyami. Kamesu. Kamesu. Michachara. Michachara. Verimini. Verimini. Sikkhapadang. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Samadhiyami. Musavada. Musavada. Verimini. Verimini. Sikkhapadang. Sikkhapadang. Samadhiyami. Samadhiyami. Suramerya. Suramerya. Macha. Macha. Pamadatana. Pamadatana. Ceremony. Sikkhapadang. Samadhyami. Sadhu. 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 With deeds of loving kindness. I purify my body. With open-handed generosity. I purify my body. With stillness. Simplicity. And contentment. I purify my body. With truthful communication. I purify my speech. With mindfulness clear and radiant. I purify my mind. Offerings to the Buddha. Reverencing the Buddha. We offer flowers. Flowers that today are fresh and sweetly blooming. Flowers that tomorrow are faded and fallen. Our bodies too, like flowers, will pass away. Reverencing the Buddha. We offer candles. To him who is the light. We offer light. From his greater lamp. A lesser lamp we light within us. The lamp of Bodhi. Shining within our hearts. Reverencing the Buddha. We offer incense. Incense whose fragrance pervades the air. The fragrance of the perfect life. Sweeter than incense. Spreads in all directions. Throughout the world.
Shakya Muni Swaha. Om Muni Muni Maha Muni Shakya Muni Swaha. Om Muni Muni Maha Muni Shakya Muni Swaha.
Shakyamuni Swaha. Om Muni Muni Maha Muni 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 Shakyamuni Shakyamuni Swaha.